It's not on. Distinguished delegates, agenda item 4 of the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a very good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the 10th Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development. The meeting is called to order. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the trust bestowed in me to serve as one of the vice chairs of this meeting. During this session, we proceed as indicated in the program with the agenda item 4, voluntary national reviews, follow-up and review to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The document pertinent to this session is strengthening the impact of voluntary national reviews on accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals through South-South cooperation and improved data for evidence-based policymaking. ESCAP/PFSD/2023/4. With only 7 years to go to rescue the SDGs, implementation of the 2030 agenda is at the forefront of member states' efforts. We know that progress isn't fast enough, deep enough, and is not reaching those furthest behind at the scale need to rescue the SDGs. In the 8th year of the 2030 agenda, attention is rightly focusing on the critical role voluntary national reviews can play in follow up and review. Now that countries are completing second and third voluntary national reviews, we are examining more closely the difference the reviews make. We are asking to what extent the voluntary national reviews a catalyst for change. Do the reviews mobilize countries to utilize evidence to make course corrections and take concrete action on the goals? 7 years ago, 7 years on, we are finding not only that the SDGs are a crucial guide to where we need to focus our attention, but that VNRs are more valuable than ever. The VNRs are the cornerstone of follow up and review of the 2030 agenda. However, we are seeing that VNRs are changing. We are noticing that they are not just about tracking progress on the SDGs and taking a snapshot of where countries are. They are now more dynamic, inclusive, and evidence based. They are not just about looking back, but are looking forward to 2030 and are about taking action. As we are seeing with ESCAP's unique VNRs twinning program, the VNRs are also involving in a mechanism to promote cooperation and knowledge sharing between countries and amplify leadership on SDGs. Rescuing the SDGs requires leadership and collaboration. It requires collecting and utilizing the right kind of evidence, finding out who are furthest behind and why, and developing evidence based policies based on this. VNRs are an important tool in instigating change to target those furthest behind. Voluntary national reviews have the potential be a powerful instrument to boost progress, strengthen the use of evidence in policy, and mobilize government and stakeholders to act. Today, in our two panels, we will explore how VNRs are doing just that. The objective of the session is to facilitate the exchange of good practice and lessons on how member states and stakeholders are utilizing the VNR's process to strengthen evidence-based policy on the SDGs. Through two interactive panels, the session aims to stimulate discussion on how South-South cooperation can add value to the VNR process and can strengthen efforts to rescue the SDGs. It will aim to discuss specific reforms that countries are undertaking to utilize evidence on those left furthest behind in the VNR and policymaking process and the important role civil society can play. For this session, we are very honored to have the support of two excellent UN resident coordinators who will moderate the two panels that comprise this session. It is my pleasure to invite the moderator of the first panel, Mr. Tapan Mishra, UN resident coordinator in Mongolia, and the speakers for the first panel to the stage.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. And I come from Mongolia. Bangkok is really warm, so the welcome is even more warm. I don't need to repeat the objective of the panel session as the chair has very kindly announced that. In the interest of time, I'll be more focused in terms of the key takeaways so that you will have a very interesting and insightful interaction with the panel and hearing their perspectives. So I'm Tapan Mishra, I'm the resident coordinator in Mongolia, and it's my privilege to facilitate this panel. And I have with me my two colleagues here, and I have two online, and I have two recorded presentations. So we have 6 of them. Without any further ado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a little bit more of the questions to my colleagues in terms of how they view the situation, in terms of the panel, their own perspectives. But in my own thinking around how these VNRs should be seen as major contributors, is that the voluntary national review have the potential to boost progress and mobilize stakeholders to act and rescue the sustainable development goals. How can we make sure that conducting a voluntary national review leads to innovation and action? How can we help mobilize resources, increase know-how and partnerships? How can we have South-South cooperation and the voluntary national review twinning, which is an initiative which can play a role in amplifying the impact of the voluntary national reviews? We're going to explore that today. And we are going to see how ESCAP, which is now undergoing its 3rd cycle, is supporting this twinning program and its impact of that. Uzbekistan, which is on the panel today, has been the first twinning program with Georgia in 2020. ESCAP established its twinning program due to the demand from member states conducting a voluntary national review to connect, learn, and engage with other countries. I personally benefited from the experience of going to Tashkent, Uzbekistan, along with my government delegation from Mongolia, including civil society and private sector and other counterparts. And we had colleagues from Tajikistan on my right. And together, we had not just a twinning, a triangulation of learning from each other. And that, I believe, was a very useful and insightful experience. ESCAP's training program is unique in its inclusion of stakeholders, as they recognize that we need the active involvement of all actors to accelerate progress on the sustainable development goals. It is great to have stakeholders such as the private sector, this parliament, the civil society, and they're here today. You'll hear their voices and on this panel and in the following panel that we will have today. We're now beginning to learn key lessons about how twinning and the South-South cooperation can increase the impact of the voluntary national reviews, and how South-South cooperation can enhance the action on the sustainable development goals. As we have been reminded, we are in the midpoint and we only have half the way to complete all the goals that we have slid back on. And we all know that countries need not just a new strategy or policy to bring about change, but we need evidence on what works and what doesn't. The tacit knowledge of how to design effective interventions, as well as, most importantly, the political will. I'm sure you'll agree with that. The drive to utilize evidence to respond to shocks, implement course corrections to get the country back on track, or to accelerate and to speed up things where the progress is too slow, is something that we need to focus on. We are learning that connecting countries through South-South cooperation in the voluntary national review process enables countries to gain tacit knowledge or implementing different reforms to validate their own ideas and learn from approaches and tools that are comparable to other countries which have tried them. So first, we will invite a video recorded message from the director of the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, Dima Al-Khatib. So may I request that the video be played and we hear a message on the focus of the UN South-South Cooperation. Dima Al-Khatib.
Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my real pleasure to address you today on this very important topic. As we approach the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, it has become clear that we will need urgent and additional efforts to accelerate progress. Member states, in the BAPA Plus 40 outcome document of the second high-level United Nations Conference on South-South Cooperation, recognized the importance of leveraging South-South and triangular cooperation in the implementation of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and towards achieving the overarching goal of eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions. As demonstrated during the COVID-19 response and recovery, South-South and triangular cooperation can make a meaningful difference. Solutions and innovative strategies originating in the South have and are delivering lasting results around the world. South-South and triangular cooperation among countries facing similar challenges can be a valuable catalyst in galvanizing political will and enhancing know-how to implement much-needed economic and social reforms needed to rescue the SDGs. Countries are increasingly integrating South-South and triangular cooperation during the preparation and presentations of their voluntary national reports, including through the twinning approach to facilitate the sharing of experiences, best practices, lessons learned, and the mobilization of multi-stakeholder support and partnerships with a view to accelerate development impacts. For instance, Pakistan and Sri Lanka carried out a successful twinning initiative in 2022, facilitated by UN ESCAP. This involved online engagement and joint workshops, as well as sharing of institutional arrangements, policy directions, and strategic multi-stakeholder partnerships which strengthened the country's implementation of the Agenda 2030 and accelerated their progress. The integration of South-South and triangular cooperation perspectives in the VNR, the Voluntary National Reports, is also helping to track progress in implementing the 2030 Agenda more comprehensively and inclusively. At the same time, it's helping to generate evidence of South-South and triangular cooperation contributions towards achieving the SDGs. UNOSSC is responding to the 2022 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development Ministerial Declaration and the latest UN General Assembly resolution on South-South cooperation. First, in collaboration with member states and other stakeholders, UNOSSC is preparing a handbook which provides step-by-step guidance drawing from good practices and examples on integrating South-South and triangular cooperation into the preparations and the presentations of the voluntary national reports, the VNRs. The handbook will be available for use in July 2023. Second, working together with the co-chairs of the groups Friends of the VNRs, UNDESA, the regional commissions, UNDCO, the UN resident coordinators, and relevant partners, UNOSSC is committed to support developing countries in integrating South-South and triangular cooperation perspectives into the preparation and presentations of their VNRs. The UNOSSC team is very pleased to join you in this fora, and we do highly commend your efforts and commitments to leverage the impact of the VNRs and to frame strategies for scaling up the impact together. UNOSSC stands ready to support your efforts, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dima, and we look forward to UN South-South Cooperation Office support in this journey together. Thank you for the words of encouragement and your appreciation. May I now request that we have a pre-recorded video message from the Honorary Madame Tanzila Narbayeva, the chairperson of the Senate of the Olay Majlis, or the Parliament of the Republic of Uzbekistan. So can I request the conference officer to play that video message?
Уважаемые участники 10-го Азиатско-Тихоокеанского форума, дамы и господа, прежде всего позвольте поприветствовать всех участников сегодняшнего мероприятия. Вне всякого сомнения, на современном этапе развития сотрудничества Юг-Юг открывает перед развивающимися странами и странами с переходной экономикой реальные возможности достижения целей в области устойчивого развития. Глобальное партнерство в рамках сотрудничества Юг-Юг показывает свою эффективность в преодолении глобальных кризисов, связанных с пандемией, изменением климата, а также нестабильностью и неравенством. Вместе с тем, меняющаяся геополитическая архитектура мира формирует новые геополитические пропорции и расклады. При этом в азиатской архитектуре особое место занимает Центральная Азия, которая является ключом к сохранению стабильности и устойчивого развития всего азиатского континента. В этой связи современные реалии показывают необходимость разработки концепции сотрудничества Центр-Юг-Юг, то есть Центральная Азия, Юг-Юг. Несомненно, основным условием достижения цели устойчивого развития является эффективная деятельность всей структуры государства. Эффективная реализация национальных целей и задач во многом зависит от наличия благоприятной среды и экономической стабильности в стране, конструктивного взаимодействия исполнительной власти, парламента и гражданского общества, что является краеугольным камнем обеспечения устойчивого развития. Если говорить об опыте Узбекистана, то в нашей стране созданы институциональные основы и налажено взаимодействие всех этих трех институтов. Во главе заместителя премьер-министра создан Координационный совет, который координирует работу правительства по достижению национальных целей и 125 задач, адаптированных под национальный контекст. В целях осуществления парламентского контроля над реализацией национальных целей и задач создана и успешно работает парламентская комиссия. В процессы целеустойчивого развития активно вовлекаются также институты гражданского общества. И отрадно отметить, что Узбекистан стал инициатором объединения усилий парламентариев различных стран в достижении целей устойчивого развития. В 2021 году в Узбекистане прошел первый международный форум на тему «Межпарламентское глобальное сотрудничество достижения целей устойчивого развития». В ходе этого мероприятия был обсужден проект резолюции Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН об усилении роли парламентов в ускорении достижения целей устойчивого развития. В декабре 2022 года на своей 77-й сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН единогласно приняла эту резолюцию. Ее соавторами выступили 80 государств со всех континентов мира. Мы считаем, что данный документ является важным шагом в деле подготовки к саммиту цели устойчивого развития, который состоится в сентябре 2023 года в рамках высокой недели 78-й сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи Организации Объединенных Наций. Пользуясь случаем, хотела бы выразить свою глубокую признательность всем государствам, поддержавшим инициативу Узбекистана, а также пригласить всех участников сегодняшнего мероприятия на второй международный межпарламентский форум, который пройдет в нашей стране в августе 2023 года. В его рамках мы планируем обсудить проект резолюции Генассамблеи ООН, направленный на поддержку гражданского общества, укрепление взаимодействия между правительством, парламентом и институтами гражданского общества, достижение цели устойчивого развития, их участие в процессе подготовки добровольного национального обзора. Дамы и господа, в завершении своего выступления хотела бы заверить, что Узбекистан и далее будет укреплять тесное взаимодействие в рамках сотрудничества Юг-Юг в целях обеспечения устойчивого развития и построения благополучного будущего. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you, Madam Tanzila Narbayeva, the chairperson of the Senate of Uzbekistan, and thank you for the invitation again for the Parliamentary Committee. And we really enjoyed your hospitality in Uzbekistan. And therefore, let me also, in the spirit of Uzbekistan, the Uzbek spirit, let me invite Mr. Otabek Izatalayev, the head of the Department of Work with Ratings and Indices, and the Executive Secretary of the Parliamentary Commission for Monitoring of the Implementation of the SDGs in the Republic of Uzbekistan. And my questions to you, Otabek, is number one, what impact do you think your VNR will have on your country's progress on the Sustainable Development Goals? And how do you think that South-South cooperation will help strengthen the impact of your voluntary national review? And you have 3 minutes. And I will be as strict as the people yesterday. So please focus on your responses. Thank you.
Thank you. When adopting our national development strategy until 2026, we relied on lessons learned from the fourth VNR. The strategy defines 100 goals and 16 persons of these goals are specifically covering SDGs. I would like to draw your attention to the three key points of the second WNR calling for a revision of the national policy. First, financing the SDGs. Before the onset of the pandemic, according to the International Monetary Fund, Uzbekistan needed additional financing in the amount of 7% of the GDP per year. Therefore, it's necessary to create more opportunities for the development of private business and attraction of investments. Second key point, strengthening the role of parliament. The second WNR shows the need to expand the powers of parliament, increase the effectiveness of parliamentary control, and improve the institution of parliamentary investigation. And the third key point is to ensure gender equality. The WNR will allow further work in this area. Just last week, punishments for economic and psychological violence in the family have been seriously tightened in Uzbekistan. The government and the parliament of our country will make every effort to achieve the national SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Then let me have, since we have time, let me also ask you a question about what do you see as some of the key lessons on South-South cooperation being a part of the ESCAP twinning program and the study tour. And thank you again for being such wonderful hosts in Tashkent and Samarkand, which I couldn't go, but I believe it was a big. So what are some of your reflections from the twinning program?
Thank you. The twinning program is an effective platform for dialogue, experience, and collaborative development of creative ideas. Twinning has benefited, first of all, those states that have started to use their WNR for the first time. The visit of the Uzbek delegation to Georgia in 2019 helped us prepare the first WNR, adjust the activities and the model of work with the SDG, improve statistics, and involve civil society. The twinning program gave us the opportunity to create a system for public control over SDG and respectively impact on policy making. The twinning program and the lessons learned from international best practice prompt us to create a parliamentary commission to oversee the SDGs. The parliamentary commission holds a regular meeting and reviews and analyzes the general situation in achieving national SDGs and makes decision issues for adjustment on the ongoing work and the policy of the SDGs. It was the twinning program and the WNR that pushed us to the idea of preparing an alternative report on the SDGs by civil society.
Thank you, Adabek. That was very interesting and very insightful response from you, and hearing your response from there. Let me try and connect to my colleagues in Mongolia and the government counterpart in Mongolia who couldn't be here because of an urgent priority back home is Mr. Balchin Lufsen Lafsuran. Don't try pronouncing Mongolian names, quite difficult. But I'm sure Balchin Lufsen, are you there? If you're there, Balchin Lufsen Lafsuran, he's the Director General of the Integrated Development Policy Department in the Ministry of Economy and Development, Government of Mongolia, Sambeno, Uglunimend. Your same two questions to you to begin with. What impact do you think your VNR will have on your country's progress on the SDGs? And how do you think South-South cooperation will help strengthen the impact of your voluntary national review? Over to you, and your 3 minutes starts now, Balchin Lufsen. We can't hear you, you're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you very much. And very good morning to their respected colleagues, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to take part in this session of the 10th Annual Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. Mongolia presented its first VNR in 2019, but this time was very different due to the COVID-19 and geopolitical disputes which slowed implementation progress towards SDGs. Due to the situation, we see our second VNR will serve as a solid impact analysis of the recent global crisis and a base guideline for eventual policy actions. Although Mongolia is an early adopter of the SDGs, the nationalization progress was slowed down due to several reasons, such as COVID-19 pandemic and structural changes in the government. But in the pace of the second VNR preparation, the process was accelerated successfully. Using this great opportunity, Mongolia had some achievements in the framework of enhancing our data availability and assessing data needs for better SDG monitoring and evaluation progress. Also, I would like to give highlights and appreciation for the active multi-stakeholders participation in the preparation process of the VNR. It furnishes strong support for conducting more comprehensive evidence-based and solution-oriented VNR, contingent on inputs from the public, private sector, CSO, academia, international organizations, etc. Additionally, starting this year, organizational changes in monitoring and evaluation mechanism is under the experimental process for the long-term policy Vision 2050, which is fully aligned with Sustainable Development Goals. This transformation is advocated for a regular overview of policy implementation, prompt actions, and publicly disseminated accurate information on the policies. First of all, I would like to impress my warm gratitude towards the United Nations colleagues who are working very hard and putting their earnest efforts into sought cooperation. Since the November of 2022, our colleagues engaged in the VNR training program along with colleagues from Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. The program benefited us in many respects. We have experienced good practices that are proceeded in the other two countries, such as Uzbekistan's active lead and engagement of SDG implementation at all levels and Tajikistan's strategic planning advancement. These all were replicable cases and gave us concepts of what can be advanced and how it can be resolved. Personally, I see the VNR training program as a very efficient tool for accelerating the SDG implementation, which was slowed by the recent global crisis. Because VNR training program enables its participatory countries to enhance their collaboration domestically and internationally among the multi-stakeholders and address challenges through peer learning from each other's experiences. We are very keen to keep this connectedness through not only during the period of the VNR presentation, but the whole process of SDG implementation until 2030 and so on.
Thank you, Balchan sir. This is a very, very encouraging and very, very inspiring statement comprehensively made by you, Balchan Duvsan. And you've already answered the third question that I would have asked you about the training program. So thank you very much. Balchan Duvsan, we are missing you in person here, but your spirit and your appreciation is very well appreciated. So now let me invite the government counterpart from Tajikistan, Ms. Manuchehra Madjon Mirzaoli, who is now going to join us also online. And she's the head of the General Department on Investment Policy and Regional Development in the Ministry of Economy and Trade in the Republic of Tajikistan. May I now invite you, Manuchehra, for about 3 minutes of your reflection on the 3 questions that I asked. Do I need to repeat the questions, or are you okay?
Thank you for the good present introducing myself. Very warm good morning from Tajikistan. Actually, it is indeed a great honor and a pleasure to deliver a speech for me in the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. It should be noted that Tajikistan, as an active member of the world community, has adjusted country policy to implement the global agenda.
We lost your voice, Manuchehra. Please check your microphone. We
Can
lost
you
your.
hear me now?
Yes,
Can
we
you
could
hear me?
Yes, we could hear you now.
So let me start once again. A very warm good morning from Tajikistan. It's indeed a great honor and a pleasure to deliver a speech in the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. Tajikistan is as an active member of the world community has a just country policy to implement Global Agenda 2030 since the first days of its adopting. As part of the promotion of initiatives on sustainable development, in 2015, the political course of the country for sustainable development was officially announced. The key country strategic documents, National Development Strategy of the Republic of Tajikistan for the period up to 2030 is fully aligned with the SDGs, and it was developed with the active involvement of all stakeholders, including ministries and agencies, academia, civil society, and development partners, as well as adopted by the parliament of the country. Serving the basic document for the implementation of SDGs and main priority of the country, it increases the responsibility of all stakeholders to improve the existing multi-stakeholder public-private dialogue platform and at the same time the main criteria of the national development strategy is the issues of strengthening institutional development, ensuring effective control, transparency and management in the fight against corruption and financial instruments at all levels of government. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that having a strategic documents to achieve national and global strategic goals, for instance, sustainable development, is only one side of the issue. The most important aspect of this direction is the development of cooperation at all levels, including national, regional, and international. Nevertheless, global goals should be considered and implemented at the global level within the framework of cooperation between international communities, countries, and international organizations. In this regard, I would like to gratitude the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for taking an effort making such kind of platform for country members, organizations, and stakeholders. Using this great opportunity, Tajikistan actively participates in a VNR twinning program as a South-South cooperation initiatives. In this direction, a study tour and several online twinning meetings have been conducted. Through the twinning program, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Mongolia are sharing knowledge, practices, and reforms from each other and learn from each other. To contribute all as well in drafting its second VNR. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be noted that Tajikistan government, as an active member of the international community, always tries to contribute to achievement of UN initiatives, including the SDGs. In 2022, two high-level conferences related to water for sustainable development, as well as the counter-terrorism and prevent the movement of terrorists, were held in Tajikistan, which testifies the commitment of the Tajik government in addressing global issues. Also, at the proposal of our president, 2025 was declared the International Year of Glacier Protection. And March 21st was declared as an International Day of Glaciers. This initiative was supported by 53 UN member states at the 27th United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and it was planned to hold an international high-level conference in the Republic of Tajikistan
Thank
in
you.
2025.
Hello.
I can say with full confidence that Tajikistan, in pursuing an open policy to expand cooperation to achieve implementation of leaving no one behind conception, will continue its cooperation
Thank
both
you.
within the country and at the regional international level. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuchera. That was a very comprehensive response, even beyond the SDGs and all the initiatives you're taking and supporting the VNRs and the twinning and the other initiatives. That is really a good contribution from Tajikistan, which we sincerely appreciate. From Tajikistan, we also have with us in person the executive director of the National Association of Small and Medium Businesses of Tajikistan, Ms. Nasiba Khan Aminova. So to continue the Tajik story, over to you. And the two questions that I have for you, Nasiba Khan, is about how can South-South cooperation help strengthen the role of the private sector in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals? And second, what do you see as some of the key lessons of the South-South cooperation and the private sector from being a part of the ESCAP twinning program and the study tour? So if you could reflect on those, and your time starts now.
Hello, dear guests, good morning. Yes, okay. So the Tajik private sector, whose general opinion I have the honor to represent here, first of all, and primarily, it's a people who wants to live in a good, sustainable conditions. And answering your question, how the South-South cooperation could assist is most likely through the perception that South-South cooperation first is a tool, is an instrument, learning tool on strengthening the appreciation of the efforts of the private sector. If we take into account the year of 2015, when Mr. Ban Ki-moon mentioned that we don't have second Earth, we don't have a plan B, except of Mr. Elon Musk, who has his own shuttle to escape from this planet to Mars. But we have to think about how the funds of the private sector could be counted, could be recognized in funding of the sustainable development and SDGs and the national goals. So my answer is it's a first instrument.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nasib Khan. Very, very focused. So let me ask you a follow-up question. What key changes need to happen to increase the South-South cooperation of the private sector on the Sustainable Development Goals and the VNRs? So what key changes would you like to see happen? What do you want to see differently in terms of where we're going?
I will answer in the frame of my own country. I think the main key changes should be, we are the private sector now more involved in the private-public dialogue. And we're considering that private-public dialogue is one of the key instruments when the dialogue and when the business can be heard by the government officials. So the main key changes that we also think that human rights as a part of achieving of the SDGs could be also adopted in Tajikistan in the frame of adding or adding position of ombudsman who will protect the interests of the businesses who also paying a lot into the society.
Thank you. It was very, very encouraging to hear how the private sector sees their role in the implementation of sustainable goals, not only in corporate social responsibility, but also perhaps in development impact, because it's going to be a win-win. The more the people of the country are going to be benefiting from the goals and economically and socially, they're going to have more buying power, which is going to help the private sector. So
exactly.
So it's a very virtuous cycle of working together well. Thank you so much for your.
You're welcome.
Is there any other comments that you want to make before? Because I want to be in time and be making some summary remarks. My perspective is that we all know that the countries conducting the second Vienna are increasingly seeking to be connected to the peers who face similar challenges, to learn how they address the trade-offs and scale up interventions. They want practical solutions and approaches to common problems faced by their neighbors. And this peer and regional learning can heighten the leadership confidence, know-how, and drive up and scale up their efforts. We're now seeing that these twinning countries, and you can hear from their comments and their very encouraging positive statements, that they're utilizing the voluntary national review to advance social policy reform, to strengthen institutional architecture, and scale up data systems for monitoring the sustainable development goals. And therefore, as you can see, that this experiment that has been started by ESCAP on twinning programs and connecting countries through twinning or triangulations, and the broader South-South cooperation can certainly help increase the impact of the voluntary national review and help us in accelerate our collective actions towards achieving the sustainable development goals. It is giving countries a platform to demonstrate their leadership towards the sustainable development goals. So with that, may I bring this forum to a closure and thank all the speakers. So the speakers who, Dima Al-Khatib, who joined us on video, as well as Madame Tanzila Narbieva. I want to thank also the two online colleagues who, despite the challenges of technology, sometimes have been very extremely patient and very, very collaborative, and there in the time they've been able to share their perspectives very clearly, succinctly, and very comprehensively. So thank you, Manu Chehra, Majjon Mirzawali, the Vienna coordinator, and also Balchin Lufsen Lafsuran, the Director General for Integrated Development Policy in the Ministry of Economy in Mongolia. And finally, the two in-person panel members here, both Mr. Otabek Izateliev and our colleague from the private sector, Executive Director Nasiba Khan Aminova. So it's my pleasure also to thank the ESCAP colleagues, Caitlin, Sarah, and Juliet, who were the architects of this and helped us to connect the countries together. So may I, on behalf of all of our participants who benefited from the training sites, say a warm thank you to you and to ESCAP for facilitating this. And personally, as a resident coordinator, I have seen the value of this happening, and I encourage other countries to also opt for this as the time comes. I would now like to invite my colleague and friend and the resident coordinator, Ms. Karima El Khoury, who will be the moderator for the second panel. So we will now move out, and thank you for your kind intentions, and I hope this was an inspiring and an interesting, insightful session for you. Thank you much, and welcome, Karima.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you very much, Tapan, for handing over to this panel. Distinguished delegates, good morning to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the introductory remarks, and it is truly an honor to be here today as part of this landmark 10th edition of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I thank the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for inviting me to moderate this panel discussion. As Tapan mentioned, I'm the resident coordinator of the United Nations in Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Singapore. I'm pleased to welcome our distinguished panelists and look forward to a lively, interactive exchange on the role of voluntary national reviews in enhancing the evidence base for policy making and delivering on the 2030 agenda promise to leave no one behind. Since the very first generation of VNRs in 2016, this national review exercise has gained increasing interest, popularity, and frequency. It has also become significantly deeper and broader, and moved from a government-led review of progress on the SDGs to becoming a catalyst of change and a means of acceleration and innovation, as we heard in the first panel. VNRs are increasingly enabling the behavior shift that is necessary for countries and societies to get on the fast track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. VNRs draw attention on countries' development trajectories and highlight those policies that can boost progress. They raise questions on who and where and how many and what, on what should be measured and analyzed so that policies can effectively improve lives and livelihoods and address the needs of current generations while securing a sustainable future for humanity and for our planet. To the question on whether VNRs have transformed policymaking, I think the answer is yes. What we would like to explore together with our distinguished panelists today is really how. What have the diligent efforts to enhance the quality and quantity of data and evidence resulted in? We know of many SDG tracking instruments, tools, including the tracker that ESCAP has put at the disposal of its member states to help them assess the status of SDG progress. But how are these important investments in data and statistics influencing policies, making them more responsive to children, youth, women, men, working age populations, older persons, persons with disabilities, indigenous populations, migrants, stateless people, refugees, and other groups? In contexts where reducing inequalities at the very heart of SDG 10 and the agenda as a whole is a top priority, what has changed because or since the VNR process and the report have become part of the SDG implementation and follow-up and review? How have non-government stakeholders supported this shift? Quite a few questions, and I'm very happy to turn to my distinguished panelists. And I would like to turn to our first speaker, His Excellency Mr. Fidelis Leite Magalhaes, Minister of the Presidency of Council of Ministers in the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. Your Excellency, in the context of the second VNR being undertaken under your leadership, how has the VNR changed your country's approach to policy making? How has the process of policy design and implementation benefited from the evidence gathered through the VNR exercise that you have led both in 2019 and 2023? Over to you.
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, it is a pleasure for me to be here, to be participating in this panel. I'll go straight to your question. I think we are in the middle of preparing our second VNR. The first VNR was successful, and it has been very useful to help inform our decisions. but it has also been useful to help us fast track our efforts to achieve SDGs. Now, the thing with VNRs is that it is important that the citizens do know or have access to them, but it is also equally important for policymakers to have access to them and to be able to use them for policy decisions. In order to know that, I think it is imperative that we carry out some surveys to find out whether they have been useful or not. In Timor-Leste, we have carried out surveys and small surveys, and it has shown, though negatively, that less than half of people surveyed have heard of VNR. That's negative, but on the positive side is that of those who have heard of VNR, about 30% have said that they have used VNR in their decision making or in their policy advice, etc. So that's good. That's very good. And in addition, I think what has the government done? The government has taken these very important approaches. Two elements. First is that to inform policies, but second is also to fast track. Now, to fast track, one needs to ensure that there are surveys that really help us that could really help to enlighten those who are most vulnerable in society. For that, we have carried out 2 additional surveys on socioeconomic impact of 2021, and also another survey on nutrition survey of 2020, of which were over 5,000 respondents were surveyed, and that gave us this opportunity to really see the blind spots of the government. And I think that has given us this new understanding of the problems, and that helps us to really allocate more resources to address those most vulnerable in our society. So I think those are the things that we have done in Timor-Leste, and I really am confident or convinced that with the support of the UN agencies, with UN ESCAP and our partners, we can really help to improve our policies, and we can help to improve our VNR, and VNR could also be an important tool for our policy making. And just before I end, we have also embarked on a much more consultative approach this time around, more than the one we had before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And you've highlighted some very important points, and I think that we would all agree that that VNRs have been an eye-opener. And the fact that you have carried surveys to really gauge and measure the impact of VNRs is absolutely interesting and innovative. And 30% is, as you said, not bad. It's again, but it also highlights the importance of what is done after the VNR and the awareness that is raised on that. Allow me to just have a follow-up question on this. In terms of reaching the furthest behind, can you point to any specific entry points that were identified to really move to action in terms of engaging with some of the vulnerable groups that you have identified?
Well, the government recently decided to really move more aggressively on malnutrition, on childhood removing or reducing stunting, which continues to be a stubborn problem in our country. And all these challenges have been identified through our VNR efforts, and also poverty among children continues to be very high. So through that, the government has made our state budget, our fiscal policy, to be more in line with recommendations that we have from VNR, and we made sure that we have indicators that are in alignment with SDGs, inspired by, informed by VNR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Fidelis from Timor-Leste on highlighting the specific example of food security and stunting as one area where the VNR has highlighted the need to do more. Let me turn to you, Your Excellency, Mr. Pagnatum Tang, Director General of Planning, Ministry of Planning in the Kingdom of Cambodia. Your Excellency, Cambodia is also carrying out a VNR for the second time this year. Could you share with us some insights on how the findings of the first VNR and the current one have highlighted that evidence that you have gathered so far and have contributed in a way to help identify the main policy directions to leave no one behind in Cambodia?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and very good morning. So for Cambodia, we are starting to formulate our second VNR. For the process, I think it may be not much different from Excellency from Timor-Leste he just mentioned. First, starting from the process. For the process, for second VNR, we try to identify what we achieve, what is challenge, and the policy and strategy action after we going to implement after first VNR that the government of Cambodia we have present in 2019. And second, we try to engage all like stakeholder that in the, for example, like the previous, we the consultation and participation, mostly the government just try to identify with the just only the government and different partner, but for civil society, private sector, and parliament or academia, we keep aside. But for this the new process, we try to let them join together. And the third, since currently, not only Cambodia, other country in the world was affected by COVID-19. So the government of Cambodia, we have like a clear strategy to rebuild the country after affected. So this is, we will incorporate into our second VNR. And also this is, we try to identify the key priority to achieve our Cambodia vision in 2050. And also for this term, since we have support from UN family, especially from UN ESCAP to have the deep analysis for the second VNR. So this is just all the main that we will incorporate into our second VNR. And the last, I think that is maybe the good point that we should share, since the number of support from, especially I want to touch with the financial support from the other, especially from UN and from other. So the government try to encourage private sector to participate or contribute their financial for this SDG implementation. I think that is all from my side at this moment. Thank you.
Okay. Would you allow me to just ask one additional question, because you've raised the issues of the engagement and of what has changed between the first VNR and the second, more engagement with stakeholders, more outreach to the private sector, more development partners being engaged, and also this participatory process leading also to thinking about the post COVID recovery. Your Excellency, how do you see the future of policy making now that you are completing the second VNR? Is there anything that will change in the behavior, in how policies are enacted in the integrated level among the different departments in Cambodia?
Thank you for this second question. It's very important. And also, I would echo what Samdech Prime Minister of Kingdom of Cambodia has mentioned in the last GA in New York in last September. That was because of we are affected by COVID-19. So we thought that what is the priority and what is the activity that already proposed for our SDG may not reach the goal. So Cambodia has requested to the United Nations should be retarget our SDG and the other country also have to contribute for this achievement. And for from that point, like Cambodia case, in last year, we have revised our CSDG, and also we retarget. So this is what is different from the first VNR and second VNR. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and this is a great segue to my next speaker in terms of the changes in the behavior and changes also in the way we do things. Our third panelist is Dr. Huraini Huraira, Director of Wawasan Brunei Office in the Prime Minister's Office. She's the head of the Secretariat of the Special National Coordinating Committee on Sustainable Development Goals in Brunei Darussalam. Welcome to this panel discussion, Dr. Huraini. Brunei Darussalam is undertaking also its second VNR this year. And I would like to hear from you on how different is it from the first one. You have some initial findings and you have started putting together the report. How do you see these findings and analysis being taken forward in future policies, as we've just heard from His Excellency, in terms of setting new priorities, identifying new targets for the country, and definitely advancing the progress towards SDGs?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Brunei Darussalam is indeed very committed to the SDGs, and we're honored to be able to present at the next high-level political forum. We know that VNRs prepared by us as member countries are a critical follow-up and a supporting mechanism for the sustainable agenda. This country-led process facilitates the sharing of experiences, successes, and challenges. We've come to realize that data and statistics are the backbone of any meaningful review. And countries like us have challenges with availability of data, the timeliness of data, and indeed the disaggregation of the data. It's actually very important for us to be able to present a stronger capture of progress at our second VNR, and which is being prepared at a very challenging but yet promising time. Although compounded by the effects of COVID-19 on both the economy and all areas of life, we, as with other countries, are in a state of recovery. And it is times like this that becomes an opportunity for us to rethink and review our strategic line and approaches to building a better and more sustainable future, and just to make sure that things are more aligned to our own national vision, or the Wawasan Brunei 2035. So taking that from experiences from our first VNR, we see that, or we've come to realize that the VNR itself is very important in the policy making process. The VNRs help us with achieving policy coherence in terms of a shared language between us nationally and also internationally. The VNRs also provide a framework for measuring progress holistically and to stay accountable to the present and the future generation. And when tied to concrete indicators and change narratives, the transformative power of the agenda can be leveraged. The VNRs also have a special role in raising awareness about the goals. The importance of this cannot be understated. Without people's buy-ins, the decisions needed to move forward will not move. And finally, to understand and respond to gaps in achieving the SDGs, not the least in terms of data, governance models, funding, and citizen engagement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Horaini. And you've raised again a whole set of qualities or features that the VNR can strengthen. You've talked about the awareness raising, you've talked about the importance of data and statistics and the evidence, and you've spoken also about the quality of that data, the disaggregation, and also you mentioned accountability. And as a follow-up question, and as I had the chance to be in Brunei during the first consultation, I had the chance to see how you've engaged with a broad range of stakeholders and gathered their input also as you were getting ready for this important journey. Could you tell us more about how useful has this approach been in informing Brunei's VNR, but also in informing the way forward?
Okay, thank you very much. So we had a lot of fun during that workshop, mainly because it was probably one of the first times we actually opened up and talked about the SDGs in a very meaningful way. So I think one of the big things that made a difference was that we just opened up the data, the SDG visibility, in terms of the support needed, in terms of what we needed to communicate to people, and just get everyone involved. We also realized, or we actually honored the voices of people, especially the NGOs that are actively involved in SDG implementation. We came to realize that they were very important in identifying those who were left behind, and also engaging in ways that the government couldn't engage with as well. One of the things that came out with, and I think Karima had we were honored by your presence there. We actually had people coming up to us after the VNR workshop just to say, we want to get involved. We want to have a part of this. We want to give our data. We want to really be, we want to be part of this. And I need to thank our friends at ESCAP as well for helping us with the SDG tracker, which gives us a solid foundation for those conversations to happen. And it's evidence-based conversations. So after the first VNR, we realized that, okay, reporting was good, but now we need to up the game. We need to get our monitoring in place, and evaluation needs to be stronger as well.
Thank you. So it is about upping the game. The second one is not like the first one, and I think we're hearing the same from all the speakers here. Let me move to the next speaker on this panel, and I'm very happy to welcome Ms. Orantu Tsuj Gomburusan. She's the chairperson of the Center for Human Rights and Development in Mongolia. Leave no one behind is a key principle and desired result of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. Drawing on your experience with Mongolia's VNR, could you tell us more about the role of civil society in strengthening this evidence base that we were just talking about for policies to be more effective and to be rolled out in response of the VNR's diagnosis or findings? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. And I'm very privileged to be part of this panel. And I thank you for this wonderful opportunity, you and ESCAP. So yes, that's true that civil society organizations have the very important evidences on reality of inequalities and on the those who are actually being left behind. So because of this nature of this work, civil society organizations actually collect and keep the evidences, and they actually trying to advocate for change in the policies, and then if the policies are well, but then in the implementation mechanisms, see. So in practice, in usual case, for example, what the capacity of CSOs allows them is that they just deliver the evidences in their results of monitoring or research, etc., and then they may call to change policies or the procedures, to implement well. But in case of VNR, it's very different because the VNR is very important moment for civil society organizations to raise their issues they work on, because the VNR actually make the government agencies also very, keen to listen to your words and, to be supportive and to discuss. So this is very important for civil society organizations. And of course, the second VNR is quite different than the first VNR, even in terms of participation of civil society organizations in the whole VNR process. In the second VNR process, we observed that our participation is expanded, much more expanded, and also the civil society organization's role is also more well recognized. Yeah. So this was very good. And then what we actually needed all the time is that when we submit our suggestions to reform the policies, for example, usually it's not very effective, in consideration, because what there was lacking is that the policy discussions after submissions of your suggestions, but during the VNR process, especially in this during second VNR process, after you submit your results, so that you were able to organize the discussion, policy discussions. And during this second VNR process, we had 2 times opportunity to discuss on policies, So this is very important. And I think that we are succeeding, in partnership or in sitting around one table and discussing on policy issues with the government, with the private sector, with academia, with local authorities, and so that it was kind of multi-stakeholder policy discussions. So I think that in this regard, the VNR is very much helping in terms of policies, and then the steps need to be taken to implement the policies. Yeah. So this is what would like to say.
Thank you.
But in terms of the civil society assessments, of course, we have very different results than, the government may have, you see, because after the making our scoring assessments of the SDGs, we were a little bit shocked even ourselves, because we saw that in terms of progressing SDGs, Mongolia was able to progress only one SDG, which is SDG 4. And then also within the assessment in 10 key areas, Mongolia was progressing only in terms of national strategies, SDG plans and budget, and then also policy and regulations. And on other 8 very important key areas, we were not progressing, but we were stagnating or even regressing. So these kind of assessments were discussed during these policy discussions with the multi-stakeholders. Yeah.
Thank you very much for enlightening us and the audience about the momentum that the VNR build in a given country, and a moment of engagement, a moment of building those bridges of communication and trust between non-government and government stakeholders. And you did mention the recognition and the importance of the VNR in really shedding light in that information that comes from civil society, data that is gathered in the nature of the work of civil society. I'm going to give you one more question, if you allow me, which is on what are some, and I will be asking the panel also a similar question, what are some of the areas where you see that working well, and where you think that those policy dialogues, that take place during the VNR perhaps could also benefit the process of after the VNR? Any experience from the previous round, and how do you see the future after the VNR of 2023?
Thank you. And I think that I should also have said that these policy discussions were able, just because with the support of UN organizations in Mongolia, you see. So, and then also the support, not just financially, but also spiritually, the UN resident coordinator, for example, made opening remark, in the first policy discussion, for example. And then in the second policy discussion was also supported by the UN resident coordinator office, you see. So that I would really appreciate if the government was able to do this, not just UN, because, after all, we are working for one country, we are the same, not just CSOs, but also government officials and everyone, private sector and researchers, everyone is working for good of the country. So this is one thing. The other thing is that this policy discussion needs to be the regular thing, you see. It's not just from one VNR to another VNR waiting for the 4 years, I would really appreciate and I would really, suggest that our governments were able to do this annually, these policy discussions where the civil society organizations or private sectors or academia were able to bring their data, their evidences to show the policy, how the policy actually effective on solution for all these issues we have now in our society. So this actually, we could do this within the framework of SDG 17, because SDG 17 is the every year discussed. And SDG 17 is the very important SDG which actually provides means for all SDGs implementation. So I think that in this framework, actually, if there was set up regular annual policy forum where actually were invited all stakeholders to discuss on the issues and to find where are the policies, in conflicting. For example, in case of Mongolia, we have many conflicting policies in terms of environment or in terms of mining or in terms of social policies, etc. So we were able to discuss and find how to make the policies coherent with each other's and how to mitigate some impacts of policies which were not really implemented, not because of the policy was bad, but because of the implementation mechanism or because of the public servants who are actually not very well, skilled, how to conduct, how to implement the procedure. So these kind of things.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then reconfirming definitely that the voluntary national review is a process, is a journey, and it does not end at the HLPF. It actually perhaps begins, after it is presented and becomes this tool, as you were mentioning, Your Excellency, that, it is used after and accessible after as a report and charts the way forward. And the role of civil society absolutely is critical in really keeping that engagement and pointing to that. Let me turn to our fifth speaker and welcome to you on this panel. I'd like to welcome Ms. Vilani Remingasao. She's the co-chair of the Pacific Disability Forum in Palau. And I want to thank you for joining us. I hope the sound is fine. Can you test?
Yes.
Yes, good, super. And I'd like from your perspective and experience, and as Palau intends to carry out its second VNR in 2024, how do you see the process of the VNR contributing to this whole of society effort that was just mentioned now, to advance the SDGs, to advance the policy dialogue, to address the difficult issues sometimes, and also to leave no one behind, which definitely is one of the key principles of the agenda. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Just an experience from 2019, joining the delegation for presenting the VNR as one of the co-presenter, and lessons learned from there. I think the key is the partnership. Partnership is always the key to achieving SDGs, and not just partnership, but it's an authentic partnership. And from then on, we've learned that we need to work really at the grassroots level, at the community level, to see how we as a civil society work together to reach out those who are still in the community that we haven't reached out to. So even raising awareness about SDG, it may be general, it may be broad, and not understanding for those who are still at the community. So this is what we're doing at in the country to really identify those who are still at the grassroots level and bringing down from higher up.
Thank you very much, and let me push it a little bit further, because you were part of that presentation of the 2019 VNR. What role is civil society given? What space is it given in your context in preparation of the next round and in between the two rounds? Because again, as we mentioned, it does not end when the VNR report is presented. There's a lot happening in between, and all these acceleration actions, all these specific initiatives to really push the agenda forward happen between two reporting cycles. So as you get ready for the next cycle, how are you engaging at this point?
Well, with the longest experience I've had with a disability and working with the civil society back home, we've been advocating for the inclusion, the diversity of different stakeholders, different marginalized groups across the country. But yet again, we need, I think, the term that partnership is really that we were trying to break it down, who are really our partners at the country and who we should be partnering with, and what are those priorities that we need to tackle with, and then how do we improve our coordination and collaboration working together as a country.
Thank you very much. I might come back to you, but let me turn to my first panelist, Your Excellency, Mr. Fidelis. If you were from the process of having led two rounds of VNR and the in-between period and the lessons learned as you were doing the first one and leading the second one, any thoughts, any recommendations on this interface between the evidence and the policy, and how the VNR perhaps has changed the way we do things?
Thank you. I think one striking lesson is that normally there is a discrepancy between public statements, policy statements, and policy implementations. And I think us politicians normally are good at making statements, but we have to find ways to really measure our statements and measure that with concrete policy implementations. I think from our experience in Timor-Leste, it is good to really have this exercise, then to really realize, to assess whether, where we are lagging behind and where we need to boost our efforts to achieve. This also has shaped the second VNR. Now, second VNR, we hope to be focusing more on the people, on the human, so human development should be the very key of our message for second VNR. And then we'd identify the constraints for fulfillment or for achieving a full human life. So capability, in a sense, so things that can really make a person enjoy a fulfilled or a dignified life. But one particular example from our case is that we are learning now from the importance of being consultative, inclusive, and be open, is that despite the fact that our society is fairly open, but we did not really include the LGBTI in our first VNR. And if we really think that it is important, if we agree that it is important to leave no one behind, then we must be as inclusive as possible, including that of including the LGBTIQs. Previously, this was an issue addressed, but somewhat under the carpet. But now I think with VNR we bring it to fore, and it should also receive as much attention as possible to make sure that really there is no one behind, which is in fact quite a challenge, because the society, as I said, is fairly open, but it requires a radical shift in the mindset to include that as an important indicator of our own self-assessment. So these are just examples that I would like to share with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for raising this, and I think we all have read the guidelines for the VNR and the centrality of human rights and the centrality of inclusion, and I think what you were describing is really garnering the momentum from the first VNR to really see what can be done better. And the example you've provided is definitely one of inclusion and perhaps also of making sure that that voice, when it's heard of the LGBTQI community, then the policies, and that mind shift that we are talking about, could happen. Thank you for sharing that, Your Excellency. And perhaps I'd like to move to Your Excellency from Cambodia and ask you the question. What are some lessons learned so far? And if you were to engage, right after July and coming back from New York, and everybody will be very tired coming back from New York because it's the reporting time, how do you see the next steps in terms of really bringing that learning that has happened over the course of this journey to real policy making that leaves no one behind and addresses the specific needs, especially of the most vulnerable?
Thank you for this very important question. Actually, in the principle of UN for VNR formulation, already identify step and also the participation. And come to the country context, Cambodia, we have learned from the previous VNR and also during the COVID pandemic. So in the principle of SDG that we already mentioned that no one will be left behind. And during COVID pandemic, the government of Cambodia tried to help a lot of, especially we're talking about the poor and vulnerable, and we spend a lot of money try to help them to improve their livelihood. So what is lesson learned that we for Cambodia taking into action? We try to let all the stakeholders to participate in our process in order to just to avoid that we formulate policy and strategy is by one group, but when we come to implementation, we try to get all the stakeholders to implement. So sometimes they just they complain, they don't know anything. What is the priority for the next future? So this is what I would respond to your question is let the people come together, know each other, and then set the priority for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, echoing the notion of participation, the notion of input from multiple stakeholders and the knowledge, because again, who knows the issues? The government definitely has a political line, has a direction, has a vision for the development of the country, but the information is only partial because the society holds also another facet and another becomes a very important source of information and of data. I'm going to turn to you on the issue of data, and I know that you are engaged with ESCAP, with our colleagues present here, on a very ambitious journey in terms of addressing the data gaps in Brunei Darussalam and making sure that you measure what you did not use to measure. You look at numbers and both quantitative and qualitatively and analyze what this means for the society, what it means for Brunei Darussalam. My question to you is, you mentioned disaggregation, and we know that disaggregation is critical because this is what allows you to know who, how many, where people are, and what kind of policies would be needed to reach them. How far have you been? And what lessons have you already gathered from this experience of engaging in more granular data for the SDGs, but also for development in general in Brunei Darussalam.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I think post VNR, there are two elements that we're kind of looking at the moment, and I think, as you've mentioned, one of the most important one is looking at the data itself. It's been reinforced to us that data it's so important, especially in terms of not only the data itself but the timeliness and the segregation of data itself. And we know and we realize that the experiences of those within the certain segments of society are not the same experiences which would have been captured by national statistics, for example. So some thoughts on areas that we need to work on, especially post VNR and as we continue the journey of 7 years to go, which my stomach churns every time I say that. So some of the things that we need to look at in terms of the progress measures that we use. We need to question ourselves, and are we capturing representative data for this group? And what are we looking at in terms of what is it that we actually want to say about what the progress measures are looking at? This might include using non-official data sources or things like that. We are also thinking about perhaps building up a data desegregation plan, action plan. Our guiding permit should be the data and the analysis should be segregated to the lowest possible level while respecting quality and as well as confidentiality. An analysis we feel shouldn't just focus on the binary interactions, but also on intersectionalities as well. Several other things that we're looking at are perhaps using non-traditional data. There's advancements and possibilities of using big data, citizen generated data. And beyond that, we're looking at visibility of the data, using the data in more meaningful ways and broadening the data coverage and identifying and constantly working on how is it that we can improve the data situation, so the whole data ecosystem. There are many stakeholders who actually want or are interested in providing data, and we have to consider how we're going to sort this out in terms of relevance, quality, and also the continuity of the proposed data. So that's the most hardcore elements of post-VNR. But there's also a softer element that we're starting to think of, which is an interaction which we've had with a certain youth recently, where they have said, where's our place? You're leaving behind this future for us, but how can we be assured that what you're leaving behind is really meaningful to us or really will make a difference in our lives? So that's our kind of thinking as well. How is it that we are able to represent SDGs in a meaningful way so that we can make sure that we actually leave behind a better Brunei for the next generation?
Thank you very much, Dr. Horaini. Thank you for these, for sharing so openly and honestly what the next steps would be and where the focus should be, and the hard wiring, if you will, in terms of getting the systems in place, the strategies in place to gather the information and make sure that you have that evidence base, but also listening and hearing from especially the young people. And I was very delighted to be in those workshops in Brunei a few months back and listen to what youth thought about biodiversity, about engaging with climate, about water resources, about a protection of the natural resources, but also about their aspirations to a future that guarantees their participation and their presence. Let me turn to you and ask you about this aspect of getting the information from civil society and listening to young people. From your experience in Mongolia, what can you tell us about the process in terms of who participates in it and how much that evidence is really becoming a capital for policymakers to use and advance?
Thank you very much. From very beginning, the Mongolian civil society organizations were very much, keen and it was also somehow involved in the whole global civil society movements on SDGs goals definitions, what kind of targets, what kind of etc., etc. And then the Mongolian civil society organizations actually set up a network of civil society organizations on SDGs. And we run a Facebook account on this name. And we have around more than 500 members, individuals, and organizations. So that all information and communications goes through these channels. And we invite everyone who wants to all discussions, all our activities, for example, on scoring analysis, for example, to assess the all SDGs we are implementing. Mongolia implements not 17, but 16, except this SDG 14, which is actually the life under water. So so this process is going on all the time on this Facebook account, and we actually upload all our results of assessments and also announcement for discussions, etc. on this thing. And then also we have during the first VNR process, actually more than 20 organizations were very active and involved in this CSO's joint report on SDGs. And we have produced this report, and we have done situational analysis. What is the conditions in our in case of Mongolia? What are the policies, how they implemented, and how they evaluated, and how they reported, etc. So that we had kind of 5 issues we raised within this report. And then when we started for the second VNR, we started quite early because we got opportunity to conduct this scoring assessments of the SDGs by the support of Action for Sustainable Development. This is the global civil society organizations who supported us with money and with methodology, how to conduct this. And then when we got this opportunity, we also announced it through this Facebook and invited who want to participate. And we got the 13 member organizations who expressed their interest to be part of this process. And we set up this expert group, and we did training on this methodology, and we started discussion on every SDG and conducted this scoring. And then we, again, they uploaded all the results through this Facebook account. And then when we got everything, actually this process was quite long. It continued like 2 months, and altogether we had like around 200 civil society organizations involved. Of course, it's in duplicate number, but if not in duplicate, then maybe like 50 or 60 civil society organizations working on human rights issues, on humanitarian issues, on environmental issues. They are all, collected, and we've done this work. And then when we saw these results, it was critical, so that we approached. We understood that we need to discuss this with broader stakeholders. Yeah.
Thank you for this, and I think a few concepts and principles that come back that are very much echoed in the 2030 agenda as a declaration and commitment are the notions of motivation, engagement, advocacy, access to information, exchange and networking, listening to each other, and also having that base to be able to engage. Let me go back to you and ask the question about this engagement and the motivation that is behind civil society in Palau in general, and networks of people with disability across the sub-region. How do you see this as a partnership tool to engage continuously with the government? The information that you have, the realities that you live, and the government's policies and responses. How has the VNR, or in your view, been a catalyst for that partnership and bridges to be more systematically engaging?
Well, coming from a country with 19,000, we all know each other with a small population. So of course, we are all connected somehow in some way. And we at the country, we do have our own CSO umbrella, and we have a different stakeholders that sits in the umbrella, which also includes a person with disability coming from the umbrella. And we work together with the government as again, we're also being a very close partnership with the government. So we and of course with the private sector. So there's actually a mechanism that will be established hopefully when I return home. That mechanism that will be working toward the SDG, and of course for VNR, as Palau has already committed for VNR next year. So it's good. Not like Fiji, it's only a couple of months away. For Palau is 1 year from now. So we have a good ample time to work together and see specifically what are SDGs that we need to report on for this year and next year, but not so much of just being there with the country delegation to present the VNR, but really amplify and signify the message from the civil society as lessons learned from 2019. Thank you.
On the lessons learned, just one follow-up question, and then I'll be closing. To what extent have your networking efforts with other islands outside of Palau that are going through similar exercises of SDGs with the challenges that we know you are facing in the region? Have there been any lessons from that networking beyond the country level?
Well, to be honest, with my role as the co-chair of the Pacific Disability Forum and serving as an interim focal point for our disability constituency within the Asia Pacific Regional Civil Society Engagement, and coming from the Pacific, a very small country, it's not easy to lead all the 5 sub-regions within Asia Pacific, and we even reaching out to those different civil society members across the region. It's never an easy task. It's never an easy to reach out to them, and especially coming from the different sub-region, their context, as well with the different civil society. So this is also another lessons learned of how we can improve our coordination and collaboration. And I think the key is again is partnership, authentic partnership, and the communication. And that's really those are the key to improve our collaboration, our coordination, and working together in solidarity.
Thank you very much, and I will. It will be difficult to really summarize of all the information that we have gathered and the insights, and I just want to really thank everyone for the openness and honesty in sharing your experience, and also in reflecting. And I think I call the VNR a journey of self-discovery, a journey of really looking at the commitments that a country has set forth to deliver on, and the different strategies and different mechanisms that allow a country to really move forward. It's not an easy exercise, and we know that. And perhaps the second one, unlike perhaps physical activities that get easier with time, this one probably gets more difficult with time. It is more challenging. It pushes us to do more, to reflect more. So I just want to thank you for sharing these insights and being with us today in this interactive learning discussion. We've heard from different countries with different contexts, but all, I believe, have set this principle of making sure that the VNR works, and making sure that the VNR is not an end in itself, but the beginning of a series of commitments, and also a way to boost and save. And we've been hearing about saving the SDGs, and I think that the SDGs are in a dangerous place today. because of all the challenges and setbacks that we have witnessed over the past few years, and more needs to be done. Let us work to making the VNR good in terms of quality, in terms of thoroughness, in terms of genuine look into the realities of a country, and making them participatory so that the whole of society principle really impregnates everything that we do. So thank you very much, distinguished audience. Thank you, distinguished panel. It's been a pleasure and honor for me to moderate this session, and I would like to turn over to the organizers and perhaps invite the chair and the secretary back on the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra and Ms. El-Khoury, for the great moderation of the two panels. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Kev Saedi, Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to provide concluding remarks for this session.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chair. It's impossible to provide concluding remarks, and I'll be very, very brief because it was such a rich discussion, and there's more to come from the countries that we want to hear from. But I guess if looking at it a little bit more at the macro level, what we've heard today is quite heartening, because voluntary national reviews are clearly now well established as a central part of national SDG implementation, follow-up and review processes. In a way, they are fulfilling their potential, the potential that was hoped at the beginning of the 2030 agenda. Because countries now see the VNRs as a fundamental instrument, not only to track SDG progress, which is of course important, but also to identify priorities for policy action, and indeed in some cases to help fast-track efforts to achieve the SDGs, as Minister Fidelis mentioned. And there's clearly been, as we heard from all the panelists, an evolution in the VNRs. I think we all remember that when VNR started, I remember somebody in New York saying that VNRs were like a selfie. Everybody wanted to put, the very best image of themselves up, but they've evolved from that, and rightly so, because they're increasingly a very different animal. We are upping the game. VNRs are increasingly consultative and inclusive, based on partnerships, and clearly there's a correlation. Stronger partnerships make for stronger VNRs. VNRs are also getting much more evidence-based, and hopefully some of the contributions we've made with the SDG tracker, etc., are helping in that direction. But also, I think they're helping countries collect more data and evidence, invest more in those national statistics offices and statistical systems to be able to track and follow such a huge array of targets and goals. And I think we heard some great examples, including from Brunei, Dar es Salaam, on that. As countries have moved from first to second, third, fourth generation of VNRs, they are becoming increasingly forward-looking, not just a snapshot of a moment in time, this is how we are now, but really identifying areas for accelerated action. And in some cases, feeding into and shaping national development planning processes. I think it was Uzbekistan that mentioned that, and that's a hugely positive evolution, and that's what makes them really a process and not just a one-off event. Finally, there was quite a lot, not just about participation, but using the VNRs also as an instrument of awareness raising, the importance of making sure that in the assessment of SDGs, in the progress and implementation of more and more people are involved, and then this becomes a much more inclusive kind of a process. And I guess looking outside of the countries, one helpful element has been countries themselves sharing their experiences with each other. This is one of the benefits of being able to learn and relearn. The peer learning across the countries has probably helped some of this positive evolution as countries have learned from each other on what works particularly well and what doesn't. And hopefully this session of the APFSD is also part of that journey. So, Honourable Chair, I think that's probably, from a macro point of view, some of the big messages that came through, and we really look forward to hearing more from the countries about their VNR processes. Back to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Heidi, for your excellent summary. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on agenda item 4, voluntary national reviews, follow-up and review to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. I will open the floor to statements from delegates in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat from both participants present in the room and connected through Zoom. I kindly remind delegates to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes length to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste to be followed by the distinguished delegates from Turkmenistan.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Timor-Leste, like many countries in the world, faces numerous development challenges. Poverty, malnutrition, food insecurity, inequality, climate change, and other social and economic issues all threaten our sustainable future. It is through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and why in 2015 Timor-Leste championed the Sustainable Development Goals that we can address and ultimately overcome these challenges to create a better world for all by 2030. Accelerating the implementation of the 2030 SDGs agenda through VNRs requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders. Timor-Leste has prioritized the SDGs through aligning our national development plan with the SDGs. The results of our first VNR have been used to support our priority setting and resource allocation decisions for our national policies, plans and budgets. We see the VNR as an essential part of our national monitoring and evaluation framework, so much so that when Timor-Leste completed its first VNR in 2019, we committed to undertake a VNR every 2 years as an avenue to accelerate the implementation of our goals. Unfortunately, due to the global pandemic, our schedule has been delayed, but I'm pleased to inform that we are currently preparing our second VNR. Our experience in conducting our first VNR and subsequently second VNR has allowed us to identify our gaps, challenges, and opportunities to our progress towards achieving the SDGs. We learned from our first VNR the importance of engaging with civil society, academia, and the private sector in implementing the SDGs. Accordingly, we have expanded our consultations and advocacy across the country for our second VNR. Furthermore, our VNR is promoting transparency, accountability, and stakeholder engagement as we engage with civil society, academia, private sector, and other stakeholders in the SDGs implementation process. In concluding, meetings such as this one and the HLPF provide the opportunity for Timor-Leste to share our experiences and challenges and to learn from other countries. The sharing of best practices, innovative solutions, and lessons learned from other countries' experiences benefits us all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Timor-Leste. I invite the distinguished delegate from Turkmenistan and to be followed by the delegate from Armenia.
Спасибо. Уважаемый председатель, члены Президиума, дорогие делегаты, уважаемые коллеги. Прежде всего, позвольте выразить признательность за возможность принять участие в 10-м Азиатско-Тихоокеанском форуме по устойчивому развитию. В настоящее время в Туркменистане повестка дня по устойчивому развитию выступает основополагающей стратегией социально-экономического развития страны, на реализацию которой направлена политика президента Туркменистана и правительства страны. Наша страна применяет комплексный подход к реализации целей устойчивого развития, следуя принципу «никого не оставлять позади». Все национальные программы, планы, концепции и другие программные документы ставят высшей целью долгосрочного развития страны, повышения уровня жизни и благосостояния населения и отражать задачи, заложенные в глобальном повестку дня до 2030 года. Интегрированная оценка государственных программ, проведенная в 2022 году, подтвердила, что 85% целей и задач СУР включены в национальные программы. В 2022 году в стране приняты программные документы. Возрождение новой эпохи суверенного государства, национальная программа социально-экономического развития Туркменистана на 2022-2052 годы и программа президента Туркменистана по социально-экономическому развитию страны на 2022-2028 годы, в которых предусмотрены стратегические подходы по достижению ЦУР с учетом геополитической и экономической ситуации в мире и регионе. Реализация ЦУР в Туркменистане является логическим продолжением социальной политики страны и ориентирована на повышение общего благосостояния населения, повсеместное утверждение здорового образа жизни, создание условий для всеохватного, справедливого и качественного образования, обеспечение гендерного равенства, цифровизацию и инновацию всех сфер экономики. Хотел также отметить, что достижение устойчивого развития невозможно без участия всех заинтересованных сторон, и в этой связи в стране важное внимание уделяется выполнению обязательства никого не оставить позади и вовлеченность всего населения в процесс реализации ЦУР. Вовлеченность всех государственных институтов и заинтересованных сторон обеспечивает целостный и системный подход к реализации ЦУР. Помимо государственных органов неправительственного, академического и частного сектора в стране реализация СУР поддерживается основным законодательным органом парламентом. Парламент выступает связующим звеном между народом и государственным институтом, обеспечивая исполнение принципа «никто не должен остаться в стране». Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Turkmenistan. I invite the distinguished delegate from Armenia to be followed by a distinguished delegate from the Civil Society Education Partnership.
Honorable Executive Secretary, distinguished Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to address the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development under the item Accelerating the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda through Voluntary National Reviews. Our deliberations offer a timely opportunity to reflect upon the achievements so far and to thoroughly discuss the existing challenges and our collective efforts aimed at shaping the ways to getting back on track towards the implementation of sustainable development goals at national, regional, and global levels. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains at the center of the United Nations efforts in leading effective post-COVID recovery, as well as for boosting the collective efforts of the international community in achieving harmony between economic growth and environment, building peaceful and inclusive societies. As we have entered the third year of the decade of action, the urgency of meaningful progress towards the SDGs cannot be overestimated. We fully support the measures proposed by the UN Secretary General in his Our Common Agenda report towards accelerating SDG implementation and getting ready for post-2030 actions. Mr. Chair, over the past years, Armenian government has been taking active measures to synchronize the SDGs with Armenia's national priorities and reform agenda by incorporating them into national strategies with an institutionalized and inclusive approach. As a landlocked, middle-income country with limited resources, Armenia faces complex development challenges, which require a people-centered and human rights-based approach to unlock the economic potential of the society. My government's ambitious reform agenda includes almost all the areas of public life, with a particular emphasis on promoting inclusive and quality education, universal, affordable, accessible, and quality health system, and a resilient social protection service with a focus on the vulnerable segments of society. Unfortunately, the devastating consequences of the COVID-19 have undermined Armenia's SDG implementation process. The fallout caused by the pandemic has been further exacerbated by a complex situation in our region. The 44-day war instigated against Nagorno-Karabakh in the fall of 2020 amidst a global pandemic, followed by constant unprovoked acts of aggression against the territorial integrity of the Republic of Armenia, have caused thousands of casualties, mass displacements, and destruction of critical infrastructure. Despite these challenges, Armenia remains determined to continue its path of implementing ambitious reforms aimed at overcoming structural challenges, addressing vulnerabilities, ensuring an enabling environment for the human capital development and realization of social and economic rights. Mr. Chair, follow-up and review of implementation of SDGs is of critical importance. In this regard, voluntary national reviews are the key tools to assess progress and challenges as well as seek solutions and support. Armenia has already presented two voluntary national reviews on the implementation
delegate,
of
I wish
SDGs
if you could conclude the statement.
in 2018 and 2020, which reflect the success. Currently, the government of Armenia considers presenting its third VNR with a view of assessing and achievements and lessons learned halfway to 2030. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, let me reaffirm Armenia's full commitment to effective multilateral cooperation for development at the global, international, and regional levels, and we look forward to working with all our partners in identifying measures to be taken to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Armenia. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Civil Society Education Partnership
Thank
to
you,
be
Chair.
followed by the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Feliciano Suarez of Timor-Leste, and I speak on behalf of APRC. In the People's Forum last week, we in APRC assessed the CSO engagement in the country VNR process, drawing lesson from this year's VNR countries and the SDG monitoring and accountability in countries across the Asia Pacific. We noted the lack of inclusivity, transparency, and meaningful CSO participation in the VNR process and overall SDGs policy development, implementation, and monitoring. Fewer countries reported on the inclusion of non-state actors in governance for SDG implementation than in previous years. We have witnessed shrinking civic space, criminalization of civic dissent, direct attacks on human rights and environmental defenders, compounded by the lack of funding support for CSO to participate in key engagement arenas, creating absence of democratic dialogue and accountability as experienced by some of our colleagues, especially in South Asia sub-region last year, among others. The shrinking civic space raised by civil society across parallel and shadow reports is being ignored in the official VNR reports. APRCIM demands inclusive and participatory VNRs, establish an enabling legal and regulatory environment that supports all civil society actors to contribute to sustainable development through inclusive and regular engagement with right holders, including inputs from the most marginalized and vulnerable groups such as women, LGBTIQ, children, youth, persons with disabilities, and indigenous people, among others. This also entails retracting restrictive and repressive laws and policies that limit CSOS capacity to enact the role as development actors and participate in development process. Urgent action on the Leave No One Behind agenda by prioritizing needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized communities and addressing the root causes of inequalities. Prepare a dedicated chapter on leaving no one behind in VNR reports that details country-wide approaches and target policies and financing SDGs. Transparency, SDGs reporting and accountability. Provide an account of national level reporting accountability process for 2030 Agenda EM VNR reports. Demonstrate progress made between reports and link country commitment to the 2030 Agenda to human rights treaties. Recognition of CSO reports. Ensure disaggregated data on life realities of marginalized people by utilizing civil society and citizens-led research. Advocacy for civil society and shadow VNR reports to be incorporated in official VNR reports of governments and recognized in the sub-regional APFSD and the UN's high-level political forum process. Finally, at the UN level, APRCIM is concerned about the state of multi-stakeholderism with the emphasis on private sector actors in UN process, facilitating corporate capture. APRCIM challenges what is referred to
Distinguished
as
delegate, could you please conclude?
We demand the UN to realize its own potential as stated in its charter as our global compass both in thought and action. The UN process must undergo a paradigm shift toward development justice that ensure that people's voices will be heard and no one is left behind.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Civil Society Education Partnership. I invite the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it gives me immense pleasure to inform this distinguished audience that Sri Lanka's second VNR led to renewed ownership of the 2030 agenda among different stakeholders. It was conducted at a critical juncture when we were emerging from the immediate impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, but was yet enduring the far-reaching consequences of the economic downturn that followed immediately thereafter. As the first nationwide stocktaking since COVID-19 with the broadest level of stakeholder engagement, it provided us the opportunity for self-reflection and to explore innovative and transformative pathways to address the challenges. With the realization that the 2030 Agenda provides strategic direction to formulate the right policies and strategies to recover and rebuild as a nation, the government ministries and agencies have taken ownership for specific SDG goals and targets by identifying appropriate national level SDG targets to better align government development programs with the SDG priorities. Excellencies, the VNR brought to light the limitations in our data ecosystem, which undermine our capabilities for more effective policy targeting, focusing the vulnerable communities. The government understands the need to use a variety of data sources in our progress assessments and is currently exploring options and modalities for integrating data generated from non-government sources into the national statistical system. I'm happy to inform you that the absence of a national level SDG monitoring and evaluation framework for robust progress assessments, which was identified as a gap during the VNR process, is currently being addressed. The VNR also highlighted the opportunities to leverage multi-stakeholder partnerships for SDG acceleration. This has led to increased dialogue and greater stakeholder engagement in the SDG process, resulting in enhanced communication, coordination, and collaboration among different stakeholders representing diverse sectors. The interagency coordination and sectoral convergence that have been achieved as a result has enabled Sri Lanka to develop the right mechanisms and tools to access alternative and innovative financing for SDGs. For example, the first ever Sri Lanka SDG investor map was the result of a collective efforts of government agencies, the private sector, and UNDP Sri Lanka, offering the required market intelligence for private sector to align their investments with SDGs. Through our participation in the twinning program with Pakistan facilitated by ESCAP, we learned about the institutional mechanisms to foster greater political oversight of the SDG process. And in discussion with the Sri Lanka Parliament, the officers of the Prime Minister and the President, we are in the process of designing and institutionalizing such mechanisms in Sri Lanka. In concluding, I would like to reiterate Sri Lanka's commitment to taking forward the recommendations of the VNR, and indeed learning from the experiences of our friends in the region would add immense value to this process. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank UNESCAP for their support to our VNR and for their continued support in taking the VNR recommendations forward. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka. I invite the distinguished delegate from Malaysia to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Asia Pacific Transgender Network.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world of rapid changes that proven no country can stand alone. Facing the common threat and challenges require all nations to shoulder the responsibility and unite toward a common goal. Hence, multi-stakeholder cooperation are essential to increase values, impact, and progress of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The voluntary national reviews are a critical aspect of the United Nations' effort to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. VNR provide a platform for member states to share their progress, experience, and challenges in implementing the SDGs and highlight key actions in achieving them. The South-South cooperation has been an innovative form of knowledge exchange and technology transfer led by the South that helps transforming life through political and financial cooperations. More than half of growth in the world in recent years come from the developing South. Ladies and gentlemen, in Malaysia, adoption of a whole-of-nation approach is imperative in bringing our goal closer to achievements. There has been a lot of comprehensive multi-stakeholder engagements and collaboration between the public and non-public actors, including civil society organizations, particularly in drafting the Malaysia Voluntary National Review in 2021. This approach helped Malaysia gain better perspective on the nation's performance, as well as identifying gaps and challenges in implementing SDGs. We believe that creating strong partnerships is important to ensure support from relevant stakeholders. Data is an important element in monitoring SDG progress. On that note, Malaysia has published My Local Stats, which displays key socioeconomic statistics at the local and sub-national level. My Local Stats enable states and local government to assess their performance, identify gaps, and produce the voluntary local review reports. This initiative supports SDG localization, which has been given much emphasis in the National Development Plan to accelerate the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South-South cooperation or the Global Partnership for Development, Malaysia has been active in sharing its expertise on development planning and implementation through the Malaysia Technical Cooperation Program, or MTCP. Since its inception in 1980, more than 34,000 participants from 144 countries have benefited from the various programs offered under MTCP. Malaysia committed to play a more significant role internationally to enhance international support for implementing effective and targeted capacity building in developing countries through North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, member states can strengthen the impact of VNR by sharing their
Distinguished
experiences,
delegate,
expertise, and
could you
best
please
practices.
conclude your statement?
with each other through South-South cooperation. This can help accelerate progress toward SDG by providing opportunities for countries to learn from each other, avoid common pitfalls, and adopt successful strategies that have been tried and tested in other contexts. Finally, Malaysia hopes that United Nations and member states continue engaged in sharing their best practices and expertise to accelerate action in realizing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Malaysia. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Asia Pacific Transgender Network to be followed by the distinguished delegate from China.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor, and good day for everyone. My name is Nun Yot Meung, transgender activist from Asia Pacific Transgender Network, and a member of LGBTI constituency of the APRSM. First of all, we, LGBTIQ plus constituency, would like to express our greatest concern that overall 2030 agenda and its SDG fall short in addressing the demand of the LGBTIQ plus communities owing to the absence of the languages of the sexual orientation, gender identities, expressions, sexual characteristics related to the rights of society within and the binary language used throughout. At the midpoint of achieving SDG, we would like to reiterate that our regions are not going anywhere as legal, social, and cultural discriminations and criminalization continue to persist against our communities. And these systematic barriers intrinsically prevent us from accessing the basic necessity and public services. Speaking to the theme of APFSD this year, COVID-19 recovery, full access to resources and services for our communities to recover from the disease cannot become a reality when almost 400 trans people across the regions have lost their life from the transphobic murder since 2008. This is overwhelming, given that we are 2 days away from the global celebrations of Transgender Day of Visibilities. This disproportionate impact of COVID-19 to our communities is also the spike in the multiple and intersecting form of systemic oppressions. In all of the effective SDG monitoring process, the recognition of trans and queer movement across our regions is required, despite the lack of availability of effort to produce LGBTIQ plus data, exclusion in the VNR and harassment and criminalizations of the CSOs has become general practices in many countries in the region. It is also disheartening to see this SDG monitoring process has become the stamp approving human rights violations and injustice. We have also witnessed here the encouragement of multi-stakeholderism, prioritizing the corporates, and the glorification of false, tokenistic, inequitable, and neoliberal solutions to address this COVID economic climate crisis, which has proven to result widening disparity between privileged and underprivileged in the society. The promise of leaving no one behind is clearly broken.
Distinguished delegate,
government approach
we appreciate if you could conclude your statement.
Government approach to participation of our community is tokenistic and deprioritizing our demand. We call to reaffirm the fundamental principle of leaving no one behind and also reaching for the SBI of SDG, as well as non-discrimination, human rights, as well as inclusion through the intersection of feminist lens and effective action in implementing of the agenda. Ensure referencing society in the SDG and the meaningful substantive participation of LGBTI community in the SDG implementations. And last,
Could you please
lead the way
conclude?
to abolish punitive laws criminalizing sexual orientation and gender identity and of the LGBTI people and harassing rights of the right defender community and CSO, providing also the greater legal social protection to the community for our safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Asia Pacific Transgender Network. I invite the distinguished delegate from China to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh.
主席先生、傅执秘先生、女士们、先生们 ，VNR 在可持续发展议程的评估和落实中，无疑发挥着越来越重要的作用。今天上午的2场 panel 再次印证了这一点。2016年，中国率先制定落实2030年可持续发展议程国别方案，发布了多期进展报告，2次提交国别自愿陈述，向世界分享中国理念、中国方案、中国智慧。中国加强战略规划，我们在对中国国民经济和社会发展规划纲要及各领域的工作规划开展年度评估时，同步开展可持续发展议程落实评估工作。能源、环境、财政、社会保障等多个政府部门组成跨部门的这个协调机制，对可持续发展议程169项的具体目标进行分工部署，确保评估工作及时、透明、准确。中国深化对话交流，我们积极参与国际和区域层面的评估工作，用好 ESCAP 平台，与各国加强政策交流和经验分享，也加强与联合国驻华系统等国际组织和机构的合作。中国推进国际合作，我们提出全球发展倡议，创设了全球发展和南南合作基金，加大对中国联合国和平与发展基金投入，提出32项推进倡议合作的务实举措，取得了很多早期的收获。2019到2021年，中国连续3年发布地球大数据支撑可持续发展目标的报告，填补了相关科学数据和方法论的空白。2021年，中国成功发射全球首颗可持续发展科学卫星 SDG Sat-1， 为各国落实2030年可持续发展议程提供科学数据服务。我们通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金，积极支持 ESCAP 秘书处开展统计能力建设项目，提升区域评估2030年可持续发展议程进展的能力。中国将继续贯彻创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，并愿意同亚太各方一道，共同推动落实全球发展倡议，不断深化南南合作，推动落实2030年可持续发展议程早日回归正轨。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China. I invite the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Thai NGO Committee on Agrarian Reforms and Rural Development.
Respected Chair, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Just day before yesterday, we celebrated the 52nd anniversary of our independence. Bangladesh, being one of the most densely populated countries in the world, has made impressive and remarkable achievements in achieving SDGs as one of the leading economic powers in South Asia. Standing at the threshold of upcoming graduation from LDCs in 2026 and planned achievement of the SDG by 2030, based on an increasingly well-educated workforce and a dynamic youth demographic, along with economic development, Bangladesh has a significant cultural legacy, leadership, and a global stage for countries, and immense generosity in welcoming and hosting a million Rohingya. Bangladesh has already published its second VNR. In its analysis reflected The progress in social, economic, and biosphere is evident, particularly in the last 1.5 decades under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Against this backdrop, the UN-sponsored SDSN in September 2021 conferred her with the SDG Progress Award for making the most progress towards SDGs. The government has been implementing the 8th five-year plan, which has incorporated almost all targets of SDGs. The government has been following the whole of society approach to ensure wider participation of all relevant stakeholders in the process of formulating SDGs action plan for implementing the SDGs. SDG localization has been emphasized by identifying 40 national priority indicators to be implemented at the local level. Apart from a national apex committee, 3 committees at different strata of field administration have been formed, taking representatives of relevant stakeholders to expedite the process of monitoring. The average GDP growth in the last 14 years has been 6.3%, even taking the dire consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. The GDP witnessed 7.1% growth in 2021-22, which along with other macroeconomic indicators reveal that the economy is turning around. Credit goes to government's interventions on some strategies, policies, and implementation of different stimulus packages for different sectors. The initial challenges of COVID-19 have been tackled by supplying necessary logistics and recruiting necessary human resources in the health sector, and thus vaccinating the majority of the population. During the Muji period, the year commemorating the birth century of our father of the nation, 100% access of electricity has been declared, and the government has constructed and handed over more than 200,000 homes to homeless. Bangladesh has launched Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan 2030, which will leverage the financing of the 8th five-year plan, Vision 2041, and Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100 to unlock a pathway for a fast-track delivery of the SDG 2030 by 2030. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it difficult for developing countries to achieve SDGs by 2030. We believe that coordination, partnership, cooperation, and sharing experiences and good practices among the Asia-Pacific region will be the key to achieving our goals. We would urge more regional cooperation to accelerate SDGs.
Distinguished delegate, could you please conclude your statement?
Inter- and interregional and paperless trade, easier connectivity through Asian highway, Asian railway dry ports, and investment networking through PPPs. From the highest political leadership of the government of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, government has been implementing some people-centric transformational initiatives with a view to materializing her Vision 2041 to be developed and smart Bangladesh. We believe the framework of SDGs itself, built on inclusiveness, solidarity, and partnership, will help us to rebuild our world to the desired level. I thank you all for your kind patience. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Thai NGO Committee on Agrarian Reform and Rural Development to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Japan.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bunyun from Thai NGO Wakas, Pichit, Thailand, and I am speaking on behalf of Farmer Group of APRSM. The severe food insecurity has increased many times because of COVID and economic shock due to the war. 1/3 women face anemia, and there is no improvement since 2012. Food insecurity has almost lessened every year since we have this agenda 2030, except for 2015. 34 of the children and undernourished today with stunting, wasting, and overweight children. In 2030, we will still have 670 million of people in food insecurity, and this number is almost exactly and same as we had in 2015. 3 basic reasons of this food insecurity is the conflict, climate change, imbalance investment and subsidy in food, and conditionality of IFI, particularly IMF. Agriculture is not just investment. Every year, it has almost 700 billion of investment, but most of it is in OECD. The big 5 companies control 70% of the agrochemical and seeds. They also corner maximum of the investment that the government provides. However, the biggest threat on food and agriculture now is net zero coupled with the nature-based solution. The land gap reports of UNEP 2022 say that the country and corporation needs 1.2 billion hectares of land to achieve net zero. There is equal up to on crop in the land, the world. The UN Food System Summit has shown how controlled agriculture and food being handed over to the corporates, and VNR process has to engage farmers to address this. Without addressing it, it will be impossible to ensure sustainable food sovereignty as SDG 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Thai NGO Committee on Agrarian Reforms and Rural Development. I invite the distinguished delegate from Japan to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Fiji.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan takes the process of voluntary national reviews very seriously as part of our evidence-based policy-making efforts. We reported on our second voluntary national reviews in 2021, reflecting new considerations emerging from the pandemic. To ensure that we can build back better following the pandemic, Japan used the VNR process as a means to reevaluate our SDG-related policies and what needs to be done further to ensure progress in their realization in spite of our heightened challenges at hand. Our VNR process involves a series of interactive exchanges with stakeholders, including civil society, roundtable discussions with private sector panelists, and draw on opinions from the general public. We hope that this dynamic and interactive VNR process can enable us to better share best practices and leverage VNRs to enhance our collaboration in the region and to motivate further action to achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Japan. I invite the distinguished delegate from Fiji to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous People.
Thank you, Chair. Fiji is mobilizing all its efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 global agenda. As alluded to in my intervention yesterday, Fiji's second VNR will be in July and will build on from its first VNR submission in 2019. Fiji is currently progressing on our data and statistics for SDG implementation. This includes the development of the SDG database. To localize the SDG, a process of taking into account subnational context in the achievement of the 2030 agenda, from the setting of national priorities to determining the means of implementation and using indicators to measure and monitor progress. Implementing the SDG at the national level requires a strategic effort from all levels of government and society. Firstly, by enhancing our coordination and involvement of key stakeholders, focusing on the principles of the Global Agenda 2030, which calls for a robust, voluntary, effective, participatory, transparent, and inclusive process. Second, broaden our scope because we must work together and think globally if we are to realize the goals of the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. And finally, create a system to track and assess our country's SDG performance. To do this, a centralized tracking system, the Fiji National SDG database, was set up. This SDG unit, together with the Fiji Bureau of Statistics team, has created a database and it's populating information from official government data. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Fiji. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous People to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Roby Halip from the Kalanguya and Kankanay Indigenous Peoples in the Cordillera region in the Philippines, representing the Indigenous Peoples constituency of the APRSM. Meaningful engagement of the people in the SDG process as a whole is still lacking, and the important contributions of the civil society and constituencies in the realization of the SDGs are not given due recognition and support. Transformation is needed in the conduct of the VNR process, especially on how the civil society and constituencies are meaningfully engaged in the implementation of the SDGs. The process should not just report how the civil society were consulted or involved in the preparation of the report, but more importantly, how the people, especially those left behind, are involved in and are contributing to the development process. This includes the timely resolution of concerns raised and how the systematic causes of inequality are being addressed. This also includes how their specific needs and priorities are integrated in development plans with budget allocation and how their contributions to sustainable development are provided the needed support, technical and financial. For indigenous peoples, it should also reflect how indigenous peoples are involved in decision-making processes, especially in relation to the utilization of our land, territories, and resources, including policies and measures being planned that will have an impact on us. There's also a need to strengthen the data disaggregation of states, particularly data disaggregation on ethnicity. A strong data disaggregation system will greatly aid policymaking and planning processes to ensure that those left behind and those being pushed further behind are accounted for and their specific needs and priorities are addressed. Inclusion of citizen-generated data in the SDG data collection system of states should also be put in place. The localization of the BNR is important to ensure greater participation of the people. This should include support for their full and effective participation, which includes translation, mobility support, and ensuring a safe space for the people to engage, especially in these times where there's an increasing shrinking of civil society spaces. The multiple crises that we are facing needs a rethinking of the development we have now, which is extractivist and exploitative. Sustainable development will just be a mere lip service if the agenda for development is not anchored to the realization of human rights for all. There is no accountability. Greed and profit-driven, and power is held by only few. Development that puts people and the planet at the center is urgently needed. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous People. I invite the distinguished delegate from Indonesia to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, since the adoption of 2030 Agenda, Indonesia has submitted 3 VNR, each into 2017, 2019, and 2021. All VNR were developed through inclusive processes. What Indonesia gained from this VNR submission are twofold. First, it served an opportunity to share to relevant stakeholders, including development partners, the private sector, and other domestic and international stakeholders on the SDGs progress in Indonesia, as well as the opportunity and challenges that country faces. Second, the VNRs play a significant role as reference for our partner, other stakeholders to build cooperation and contribute to the SDGs implementation in Indonesia. The VNR is also reviewed by Supreme Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, in which the board utilized the VNR as a tool to review and assess the accountability and achievement of SDGs implementation in Indonesia, in addition to the SDGs annual report. The involvement of the board has also encouraged the government of Indonesia to develop more targeted SDGs programs, enhance its implementation, as well as ensure that no one is left behind. In implementing the SDGs, Indonesia also put special intention on advancing global partnership. In the 2015 to 2019 period, the number of South-South Triangular Cooperation Program and activities of Indonesia each year increased at the average rate of 10%. This also reflected the increase of fund at 3% average each year. However, there was a decline in 2020-2021 when most of the SSTC budget was diverted to handling the COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, Government of Indonesia is the process of supporting local government to develop and submit their voluntary local and subnational review that will serve an opportunity to share and showcase and handful best practices at subnational level to the world, as well as to explore potential cooperation on accelerating SDGs implementation at local level. One key area that Indonesia is keen to collaborate is improving SDGs data, exchange, and cooperation. To conclude, Indonesia look forward to collaborating with other countries and stakeholders in enhancing SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. I invite the distinguished delegate from Philippines to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines is actually a firm believer of the VNR process, and as such, we have already presented our voluntary national reviews 3 times, and we intend to do a 4th one in 2025. Last year, during our 3rd VNR, we were paired with Tuvalu under the UN ESCAP twinning program to support Tuvalu in putting together their 1st VNR. We're also co-chair of the group of friends for the VNR, and through this, we have learned from many other states the challenges and best practices in SDG implementation. We presented our first VNR in 2016, and at that time there was yet no guidance on how the VNR process is to be carried out, but we did it anyway, and it was really to up the ante and commit ourselves to a set of operational objectives in order to increase the likelihood of us achieving the SDGs, taking off from our experience with the MDGs. And this include first mobilizing financing for the SDG, enhancing multi-stakeholder engagement, intensifying resiliency building initiatives, and instituting a clear governance framework supported by an appropriate monitoring system. And then we set out to work on these operational objectives, beginning with setting that enabling environment for the SDGs in our policy and planning structure by integrating them in the strategic framework of the Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022 at the time. And so for our 2019 VNR, we reported on our accomplishments of turning these objectives into mechanisms. So we created the SDG subcommittee under the government body that is in charge of formulating the government budget. And we also created the stakeholders chambers, which is composed of private sector, civil society, and the academe. We also advocated for the necessary legislation like reforming the sin tax law in order to support the SDG implementation, and of course various other initiatives to put in place the monitoring system. The third VNR, which we presented last year, was very different and especially challenging because we as a country, as with other countries, were still preoccupied with responding to the COVID-19. It was especially difficult to redirect mindsets and actions from the unprecedented health crisis happening at the time that we were preparing for the VNR towards stemming a potential threat that may happen sometime in the future. In addition, we also had difficulty trying to convene groups for consultations given the limits of mobility restrictions. While our report focused on what we have done so far, incorporating the SDGs into our operational frameworks, and also using it as a tool in policy and planning,
Distinguished delegate, could you please conclude your statement?
the more important result is how we use the VNR process to rekindle the commitment of various stakeholders to the Agenda 2030. Ultimately, VNR is a process that requires the use of data collected from official sources but vetted on the ground. And so we are also using this VNR as a means of accelerating action for the SDGs. And we are also now into localizing the SDG action, and that is guided by a data-driven and action-oriented planning. And by continuing to conduct these reviews,
Could you please conclude
we
your
can
statement?
rebuild momentum, generate political will, and rejuvenate a shared sense of responsibility that benefits all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Philippines. I invite the distinguished delegate from Vietnam to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Center for Sustainable Community Development.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, after 5 years of the first VMR in 2023, Vietnam will present the second VNR together with 10 other countries in the region. In fact, Vietnam VNR development process has created an opportunity to raise the awareness and promote the participation of all stakeholders, as well as the improve the partnership between the government and other stakeholders like the private sector in SDG implementation in Vietnam. Vienna is also a great chance to enhance the collection and analysis of the statistical data for monitoring and evaluation of the SDG implementation in Vietnam. Our report will focus on accessing the progress of the SDG implementation, reflecting the importance, chance, as well as the analyzing the achievement seen and compare with the 2018. Thus, we had the first report. The report also find out the policy gap, find out the difficulty and challenge in the implementing the SDG in Vietnam. Because from now to we already go halfway already. The report also highlight the role of stakeholders in implementing the SDG in Vietnam and affirm the effort to completing the policies and focus on the vulnerable groups during the SDG implementation. From now to 2030, Vietnam has the several policy agenda, development agenda. We will have the from now to 2030, and the next step is from 2030 in 2045. We will change the development policy to improve the GDP, improve the awareness, as well as improve our livelihood, and that means we believe that the Vienna report, the output of this review, will be integrated into our development process. It is very important for Vietnam to use the output of SDG to further develop the country. I believe that we can do this process. So I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Vietnam. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Center for Sustainable Community Development to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the University Student Chamber International.
Thank you, Chairs, Honorable Chair Delegates, and CSO colleagues. My name is Phương, and I'm speaking on behalf of Women Constituency at APRSEM. We congratulate the many countries in the region that have established specific SDG strategy with an agency to lead the implementation of SDG, as well as the 11 countries that are presenting Vienna for the second time this year. However, we are concerned that there is a backslide in the participation of civil society in the Vienna process. COVID-19 has devastating impact on sexual reproductive health rights, gender equality, and women's rights. Now, more than ever, participatory consultations are needed to better understand the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on the people and set national priority to building back better. But we see fewer countries reporting the inclusion of non-state actors in the governance for implementation than previous year. We are also greatly concerned about the shrinking civil space that are reported in parallel and shadow report. In the face of persistent systematic barriers and climate crisis, direct attacks on women and non-binary human rights defenders, increase corporate capture and prominence of private financing that impact on women's human rights. Now it's time to hear and act on our demands. We call to actively seek out and support the participation of women in the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of SDG policies and programs that impact us. To recognize the civil society report at UN ESCAP and as a high-level political forum. A more inclusive Vienna process with meaningful participatory consultation from the most marginalized and vulnerable groups, such as women, LGBTIQ, children, youth, persons with disability, and indigenous people, among others. And we also thank to the Vietnam government at this time invite us not only CSO but other stakeholders for several consultation for Vienna process. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Center for Sustainable Community Development. I invite the distinguished delegate from the University Student Chamber International.
Distinguished, dear distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the taking floor. So, my name is Jin Taka from Japan. I am speaking on behalf of the youth constituency of the APRSM. We at first encourage to and look forward to the implementation of the youth inclusion in the country's BNR. This region's 32 low and middle income countries are home to nearly 1 billion young people aged 10 to 24, accounting for 60% of the world's youth. However, under the circumstances of concern, the voices of the youth are not heard and uplifted in the BN process. In addition, youth from marginalized communities, including persons with disabilities, LGBTIQ, and from lower socio-economic backgrounds, are still left out of the decision-making process. We, the youth, call for the greater promotion of the following in VNR the big capacity buildings. First, establish an enabling legal and regulatory platform that supports all civil society actors to contribute to a sustainable development through inclusive, equitable, and regular engagement with right holders, including contributions to public consultations from the most marginalized and vulnerable groups. Stockholm's efforts and state approaches to marginalized groups, including youth, in line with the SDGs principle, no one left behind, and to encourage with all relevant institutions on an equal foot. Youth organizations and advocates have an implement role in the implementation of the SDGs, and their contributions should be acknowledged and supported. Governments must create a conductive platform for the CSOs and NGOs, especially youth-led organizations, to actively participate in the SDGs implementation process. Second, ensures integration of the 2030 Agenda priorities into the national policies and frameworks through knowledge sharing the access across the countries and sectors by guaranteeing free and secure access to all data and evidence, and similarly evaluate policies and data to help prioritize and develop national targets and indicators. Currently, this region lack of sufficient access to updated information, research, and technology to enable all young people to be fully informed and access to sustainable development efforts of the national policies and frameworks. There's a need to review and assess the policies, data availability, and the baselines to inform prioritizations and nationalizations of the 2030 Agenda and ensure an evidence-based approach to implementation and following up the processes. There is a need to increase knowledge sharing and build an engaging community among all stakeholders, including youth, to increase the number of countries reporting the inclusion of the CSO in their governance arrangement in the implementations. Finally, inclusion of the children, youth, and women in all their diversities for the environmental protection and climate action. We are the disproportionately impacted, and we must be part of the decade of action. Youth are the leaders and the change makers to turn the global thoughts into implementation at the local levels. Let's involve children and youth in decision-making spaces at all levels to change the system and seize the power. Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the University Students' Chamber International. I see that there are no more delegations who wish to take the floor. I now close this agenda item. Thank you for all contributions and for an excellent segment. I now close this agenda item. Thank you for all contributions and for an excellent segment. This afternoon, we shall convene the meeting at 14:15 hours with parallel SDG roundtable discussions, specifically on Goal 6, 9, and 17. Tomorrow, the SDG roundtable discussions will be on Goal 7 and 11. The APFSD will resume in plenary tomorrow in the afternoon at 1400 hours in the ESCAP hall with agenda item 5 and His Excellency Mr. Pagnathum Thing, delegate from the Royal Government of Cambodia in charge of Director General of Planning, Cambodia, will chair the session. There are a number of side events during the lunch break in which you may be interested in attending. Please kindly refer to the list of side events, including the registration details that have been posted on the meeting website. I would now like to invite the Secretary to make some housekeeping announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As indicated by the Chair, we'll have 3 parallel in-person roundtables this afternoon from 2:15 to 4:15 p.m. Bangkok time. This will include SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation to be held in Meeting Room A, SDG 9 on innovation, industry, and infrastructure in Meeting Room G, and SDG 17 on partnerships for the goals in Meeting Room H. Tomorrow morning from 9 to 11 a.m. Bangkok time, we'll have 2 parallel roundtables, SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy in Meeting Room A, and SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities in Meeting Room G. We also have a series of side events during the lunch break hosted by different member states, UN entities, and other partners on key topics linked to the theme of the forum. Please kindly refer to the ESCAP meeting website and click on the Events tab to see more details. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. We got to everybody this time.
Sorry?
We got to every.
Good.